Hello. Today we have another I how do I put this? A project stream. If yesterday we were repairing a computer, then this is something that I've never done in a public setting like this. And this is a project stream. Today we will be projecting the idea into a sketch and then making a proper like technical drawing. But we will not be doing any like actual how do I put this, physical labor as such towards it. That's because we need a solid plan. And right now, what I have is a rough idea that I need to flesh out. And what I want to do is make an ice cream mold. Sounds kind of stupid when you consider how many different versions are available to purchase in store until you consider the following. The ones in the store are often singular. You can make one per mold, and they come in like packs of 8, 10, and whatever. What I want is a bulk mold, and that means it's essentially a box with slits in it to cut the block into popsicles. Yes, this is a popsicle mold specifically, not like a like a cup ice cream or a wafer cone ice cream. I've done those, and they're not really interesting. What I want is like a magnum type ice cream, where you have like the inside and then you can glaze it. But for that, I want to make like a block mold where you just cut it into blocks. The sticks would already be in there, and then you would be able to glaze it. But for that, I need to figure out more of the details because, well, I'm not quite sure how the details are gonna go yet. But that's what this thing today is for. We will figure it out. But for that, we need to go to our new scene that the repair scene was on. Repair stream was on. Yes, there is a fan behind me. I have a fan. Luckily. So for this, we need a desk. And I have here like this sort of project thingy where you can like cut and do all sorts of stuff. But specifically today, this is here to provide a somewhat solid but straight surface. Because beneath it is my mouse mat, and beneath that is this old table, which is it has wood grain if you rub your finger across it, and it's not good for the paper. We also need a ruler, something to sharpen pencils into, a sharpener, some sketching paper. I do have a project like the paper where I can do the final project drawings onto as well, but I am not reaching it right now. And of course, this thing, a protractor, or whatever it is called. Hello, camera, focus. Yes. and a protractor. But first we need to flesh out the concept fully itself. So I'm gonna take a sketching paper and a random pencil, and I'm just gonna try and visualize for you what it is that I want to do. That is not a good thing to drop pencils. But I am who I am, and thus I drop the pencils. The plywood that I have selected for this is somewhere like 4 millimeters thin, but slightly under. I don't know why. It is an entire massive sheet, but that's what the material that we are working with. But today, the keyboard cable is in the way. Our purpose is to get the plans going. This is why I've labeled the stream section A, because this is where all the planning happens. Section B, section A. Section A also encompasses the physical part, but not today. Section B is where we figure out the recipe. Because I've been wanting to try also xanthan gum, but I've not gotten to figure out how to exactly use it. So we're gonna try and figure out the recipe. However, today, as you have noticed, I'm mostly going to be speaking. If you wish, you can also ask me questions about this, but I don't really know how to handle a project stream quite like this just yet. So this is a bit of a learning experience for me as well. But anyway, the idea is that there are two boxes. The inside box from the top looks sort of like this. It is a box, and then there's like slits on this side. This side, they correspond, but this is a sketch. And on the ends, there are wider slits, or slits with more space between them. These eventually form a grid. This is the grid that we will be cutting on. The blocks will come out based on this. But this box has slits in them. So this means that while it is still freezing, there is a danger that the inside of these slits is gonna be, how do I put this? Clogged. So there's gonna be an outside box as well. Because if there's no outside box, it's just gonna try and run out, even if the slits are really, really thin. So this is the inside box. The inside box looks like this. From the side profile on the end, let's call it like this, it would look something like this. Not entirely to the bottom, because it still has a solid base. But this is what we will be cutting it out after. Then there is gonna be an outside box. The outside box is slightly larger. It is slightly larger to encompass the inside box entirely. This is the inside box here. I'm drawing them as one wall, not two walls. And on the side, it should look something like this. The bigger box, this is a show through. The bigger box encompasses the smaller box with some space left here. There is a very specific reason for this, in it that once the smaller box is inside the bigger one, there is gonna be a, let's call it a grid. A grid. This grid is gonna have small singular slits in there. And they align to the center of where the blocks are gonna be. This is where you put the sticks in. The sticks can be fixed. Let's say this is like the lid with the slit, and then there's like a stick. The sticks themselves can be fixed with like clothespins and stuff. This is a clothespin, roughly. And the ice cream stick is like held onto it and against the grid itself. What I want to do as an ice cream mold is something like this. After the ice cream has frozen in here, we can then remove the outside box. I've yet to decide how I'm gonna be able to remove it, either by pushing it like underneath, or like maybe it disassembles into parts on a larger base. I don't quite know yet. But once we get to this box, we can then start sewing through the slits with either a what you call it, a fishing line knife, or just a really thin bladed knife. And that way we will get our stick ice creams. This is not several molds separately. This is like bringing a sort of a manufacturing process to the home. And that is essentially what I want to do. But today I want to figure out the exact measurements of the parts that I need to make, and essentially make a cutting chart. The cutting chart is gonna be based on the material that I have, which is like a eucalyptus plywood, and I went ahead and measured its thickness. It is something like 3 or 4 millimeters. I'm guessing 4 because 4 is the last one where it stays aligned. But yeah, essentially I want to make this so I can make this. Okay, all of this is to my end, so I will flip it over and explain once more. Essentially, we're gonna make an inside box. I've represented a wall with one line, not two, even though it is better to represent it with two. We are gonna have the inside box, which has slits on its edge planes, the sides. These go almost all the way to the bottom because it still has a solid base. And this is where the ice cream mixture. Hello. How are you doing? I'm trying to come up with like an idea to make a ice cream mold. Not for like one ice cream singularly, but like you can cut like popsicles out of it. This is the inside box. It has slits on its side, and this is where you pour the ice cream mixture into. After the ice cream mixture has frozen, you remove it from the outside box, and you are able to then cut it like with either a knife or with fishing line. The inside box itself has the slits almost all the way to the bottom. Well, it is like the bottom. It's going good. I'm actually quite excited about this project. It is going well. How are you doing? Yes, the inside box then sits inside the outside box. The outside box, also represented with one line here, has the task of keeping the ice cream mixture in from to stop it from seeping out of the slits. This is how the inside box will sit. Yes, thank you. This is how the inside box will sit inside the outside box. It is also a little shorter because there's gonna be like a grid on top. This grid. I call it a grid, even though it's like basically just a plate width. It's going good. I'm actually happy that I get to do this stuff. This is the grid. And there's a small slits here to allow popsicle sticks through. This is how a popsicle stick would be suspended on the grid. It's like poking through the hole, and like a clothespin is holding it in place. One thing, it should I don't want to make this too tight, because you do have to remove the ice cream from this grid as well later. Or yes, the plate has to like come off very loose, because if it's not good if it doesn't, because you have like tons and tons of sticks poking through here. So eventually, once you start cutting the block without any of the boxes around it, maybe except the inside one, you effectively have a popsicle. And what I want to do this for is that I don't particularly care for the shapes of the ice cream molds at the store. I just want to glaze my ice cream. This week I plan on streaming 5 days a week. Today is the second day, and we already had 2 streams so far in the week. If you wish to know the schedule, the Twitch schedule is available. But I also have like a graphic on my YouTube post, so you can go there as well to see what I stream and when this week. Also, your name is Nagisami. あなたは日本語がありますか? Yes, this is essentially what I want to do. This is the idea. What our plan today is to start drawing the sketches and cutting plans for it. And the last thing that I want to do is like technical drawings for the inside box, the outside box, but not... Oh, my favorite game is... I don't play it on stream, but Team Fortress 2 is actually currently my favorite game, because I can just turn my mind off and play it. I do really like Deltarune. I also like a lot of like indie stuff. I'm kind of over Minecraft. I don't really like Minecraft. But if you do, then that's great. For me, Minecraft kinda reached its end when I figured out how to make like transmitting systems and television sets. Not full computers, but like transmitting television sets in Minecraft. So this is the idea. Now we need to chart out what we need to cut out from the plywood that I have based on this idea. And what I want to do is a rough technical sketch of deciding, and we have to decide how wide one ice cream is gonna be. For that, for visualization purposes, I have here just a ruler. Inch would be, okay, I want centimeter side. An inch would be, or 2 centimeters would be a bit too thick, so I'm looking at like 1.5 centimeters for like a popsicle thickness, and maybe like 5 as the width. Yes. I made it myself in VRide. Copy version? No, I made it myself in VRide. Or do you mean like it's similar to another model? In case you're wondering, I am not Filian. I do not destroy VR gear. That's because it's based on VRoid, and VRoid has a model base. So it's natural that you see the model in many streams, because essentially it is a free base. Yeah, in VRoid you modify a base model, literally. I am working on a new model, but this is effectively version 0. However, now that I've explained what I want to do, we can get some music going. However, now that I've explained what I want to do, we can... No, I do not want to hear myself. Alright. What do you mean made by copy models? That is an interesting way of wording a base model, but okay. So, this is the idea. Should I maybe invert version like same? Yeah, kinda. It does look similar. Let me maybe do this so I don't have to flip the paper around all the time. Scaling, no. Wait. Transform. Oh, there we go. Yes, now it does look like I see it. The idea. Okay, we have the idea, but let's start with the inside box because that is more important than the outside box currently. That's where the ice cream mixture goes. If I run out of paper, I'm just gonna get more. It is already 3D. But no, I am working on my own upgrade because I wanna get better at making models in VRide, but I have not thought about commissioning anybody because this is a hobby. This is not a career for me. Also, if you're gonna plug your services, I'm just gonna ban you. If you wish to communicate with me on a professional level, like services or something, there is an email on my YouTube channel, but it is unlikely that I expect anybody to try and do business with me because I typically look out the artists and people that I wanna work with. I don't really want being solicited. I hope you understand. But for now, if that's not what you want to do, that's fine. Yes. So the inside box, let's do like this. One ice cream is gonna be like 1.5 centimeters by... Oh, you are. You have no videos on your channel. It is kind of blank. Okay, that's fine, but this is not what we're here for. We are here to make the ice cream box. We chose for the thickness 1.5 centimeters and as the width 5 centimeters. Now we can also choose a depth. I think I want my ice creams to be like 10 centimeters long. I already checked your channel, there was literally nothing there. Hey! Oh, no, yes. Okay, maybe I do need this box. Projector. Pencil. And I'm gonna exile the keyboard further away. If you would be like a rigger like a Shondo, then there would be absolutely no question as to your skills, because since you have nothing on your channel, I can't really see your stuff. Anyway, let's have it be 10 centimeters deep. I want the thicker one for this. 10 centimeters. So this is the ice cream, and the sticks are like the typical, like roughly 10 centimeter ones. So I want like 5 to be inside the ice cream, 5 to be outside. Yes, I do have Discord, but I do not accept people from outside to my Discord without a redeem. There is a channel redeem that you can redeem, but you need to actually earn the Discord access. So, yes, I have Discord, but no, I do not accept anybody, just anybody there. Okay, so the inside box. How many ice creams do I want there? Let's see. I know I want 3 rows of them. That's why I put 3 rows onto the main thing. And 50 centimeters is gonna give us 10 ice creams by thickness. But I want like more. Actually, let's keep it small. Let's see what. I'm just being careful. You never know who's on the internet. So we're actually gonna make quite a small box. With the inside volume also being like, this is like 1 cream. Desk organization, I have none. 1. And the entire box can contain then not 1, but if 15 cent 10 30 per box. I do not have Twitter at this time. At this time, you cannot communicate with me privately. Other than the email specified, but I expect no solicitation there. Give me just 1 moment, I will rearrange my leg on the chair. Right, that's my fix box. And so if this is the thickness, we calculate it by thickness, and 10 ice creams are gonna be 15 centimeters. By 3 rows, that would be 15 centimeters. By the depth is gonna remain the same because we don't need to stack blocks on top. 10 centimeters. I also do not have TikTok at this time. My socials for this stream are quite limited. That was a VHS tape. I have not set them up yet. I do have YouTube and Twitter. No, not Twitter. Twitch. That's basically the only way you can contact me right now. If you wish to be on my Discord server, I do have Discord. You just need to hang out. Right. For 30 ice creams, we basically have to make this size box. So the dimensions are gonna, so the visualization of it is gonna look something like this. 10 by 15 by 15. This is the inside measure. We now need to account for the outside measurement, which is to add 4 millimeters per every side. So the actual box itself is gonna look something like this. Eraser. I could actually zoom this in a bit. Can I zoom? Transform? No. But I can do this. No, not me. No. Discord is limited to people I know. Please don't be pushy about this. I wanted to zoom. Zip. Yeah, this much better. So the box itself is gonna be something like this. We now need to move this edge. I said no. Please understand, accept, and move on. Is that understood? Is that clear to you, Nagisa? I am a little bit spooked by the pushy approach. No answer. Okay. So this is gonna be like this. There is gonna be the edge over here, which is like the top side. We actually have a couple different ways we can assemble the box. From the top we can either do, this is what I am currently drawing, which is like this, and this, which this is the empty part. Or typically we could go for like this, which is actually quite hard to do on a thin material like the 4mm plywood that I have. So I will not be doing this. And then there's also like tongues. But I do not want to make tongues because this is supposed to be rather simple. Tongues would actually be a better application for this. But I can... Actually, tongues is not a bad idea. Let's do that then. On top, it looks the same. But the corners are gonna be like... how do I draw this? Like... this. Like this. And this would actually be quite nice. But we still need to consider the material. Technically, the material cost is the same plus 4 millimeters. The cheapest way to do it is this. But since I have like a big massive sheet of it, I'm not gonna... for prototyping purposes, I'm not gonna go fancy like this. So there is also like this, and over here we need to erase this a little. And this end shows up here. This is not a technical drawing, by the way, this is a technical sketch. This side also becomes like this. Again, it extends beyond. And the final one is the easiest one because most of it that shows is just the inside. So for prototyping purposes, we want to make something like this with like the base being below everything else. Or wait, actually. Good question. What is a better way to do the base? We cannot do overall base. This has to be 10 plus 4 millimeters. Because that way we can still keep the side one piece. But the slits will be present. Yes. We could do it the other way around, but that requires a far sturdier construction. Having it still be one piece is the play here. Or do we wanna disassemble it? This should be disassemblable because how are you gonna get the ice cream out? Okay, that is a really good question. How do you make this assemblable? Oh, actually, this construction is the only one we could do. We could have like pins. Pins that are short, but would keep the box shut while it is freezing. And after you need the ice cream out, you just pull the box apart. This could be nails, this could be like, but I will probably go with wooden pins because they are non-permanent. And that's what the outside box is gonna help with as well, keeping this thing shut while it is freezing. Okay, I think we have our construction. But what are the measurements? This has to be 104 millimeters. This includes the base, which is enclosed by the sides. Then there's like slits here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 10. And then there's like 3 on this side. They don't go all the way to the bottom, but they are... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Too little. But they are through most of the sides, so we can cut it all the way to the bottom or the base. We could actually make the base out of a thicker plywood, but no, I just want to use this one material. Okay, so we have this. We need this. This is 15 centimeters by and adding another 4 millimeters. 154 millimeters. This side is the same. And we basically have every measurement that we need. Let's... Actually, there is one thing that we could still add here. No, we have this. One side is actually still 15 centimeters, but they're just... I am working on an ice cream mold. Okay, so where is my idea sheet? So, allow me to introduce you to the idea. I'll put it down. The idea is that, you know those ice cream molds at the store? Those that have like popsicle sticks on them, and you can make like one ice cream per mold, and then there's like 8 or 10 molds per package. What my idea is that I want more ice cream per mold. So what essentially I'm making is I'm making plans for 2 boxes. The inside box is gonna have slits on the side, and the slits themselves run all the way almost to the bottom. The slits are here so you can cut a new ice cream out of a block. I know, that's why I'm doing it. I want to make ice cream. There's also a second part of this later once the mold is complete, where I start figuring out the ice cream recipe for this, because I've been wanting to try xanthan gum to get like a less greasy ice cream, because so far I've been making it out of like heavy cream only and condensed milk. It is so greasy. So I'm gonna add some more milk, xanthan gum, and condensed milk in a different ratio to see if it actually works in the mold. I know, even though the Baltics are not like too hard hit with the heat, I still melt. If it is anything above 15 degrees, I melt. I melt faster than the ice cream. But basically, this is the inside box, and the inside box sits inside an outside box. The inside box has the task of being the cutting surface, so to say. Once the ice cream has solidified, you remove the top plate, which has the sticks in it, and lift it out of the box, and you just use a knife or like a fishing line to cut the ice creams with the sticks in them. The outside box has the job of basically encompassing the inside box so it doesn't release the ice cream mixture before it has melted. It sits inside here, and it is slightly lower. Europe is basically on fire. You're about to actually get the heat wave. We are actually, from what I understand, exiting it. Like, we had like rain yesterday, some rain, but it's still hot. Yeah, it is rough. The heat in the US and Africa is dry heat. What the heat like in Europe is humid. You are being cooked. You cannot move. Yeah, it's bad. Basically, this outside box encompasses the inside box, but it also makes some room for the lid. The lid has slits in it to hold the sticks. You use like clothespins to hold the sticks in the correct position while the ice cream freezes, and after you cut it into pieces, you essentially have like a lot of like popsicle sticks. So the reason why you're seeing me project a dresser is because this quite literally starts with something that does not exist yet. And I don't have a 3D printer, but what I do have is woodworking skills and other relevant properties of my person that enable me to do it anyway. But it just takes a little longer than editing a model inside a model editor. So this is kind of like the old-fashioned way of like making furniture and stuff, which by the way we're also gonna do. Yes. If this works, and if the ice cream recipe that I plan on doing works, I will make a couple of these molds for my friends as well, for them to use. Yes. This is the inside box sketch. Technical sketch. It's not a technical drawing yet. We will do that later. But this is the inside box. So what it does is that it has a base. It has 4 sides with different amounts of. Thank you. I made it myself in Vroid. This is technically version 0. I'm working on a new one, but thank you. So the inside box can be disassembled. These are like wooden pins that hold it together. They are quite short, so once you have cut all the ice creams, you can just... and they also disconnect from the bottom. That's also what the outside box will help with. It is holding this together, so it has to be super, super tight. Well, maybe not super, super, but would be nice if it was flush. And maybe a little loose. Anyway, this is the idea, and what I'm doing today is making all of these technical drawings, technical sketches, and cutting charts to actually start cutting out pieces of plywood to make this. I hope that's understandable. I could have gone for this dovetail joint type of thing, but I decided to go with this because this would be trickier to make, but yeah, the disassembly would not benefit any. It's actually free on both, but as a black one. I modified it to be white for me. Actually, give me a moment here. Let's go to this screen. Hello. You are seeing my browser. This is the wrong browser. Both. One moment. Up, too far. Your proportions? What do you mean your proportions? Let's see, where is it? Not this. Not this. No. Take where. Tag V right up. Remove this tag. Filter. Hopefully one day I will be like that too. Tag where V right up. Tag top. Category. 3D. Subcategory 3D clothing. Viroid. No. A goal size. At least double E. Oh, here we go. Ducky Bun Bun made the black techwear top. This is the same one that I have. I've just colored it white and green. The pants are also from them, but I can't find them on Booth anymore. Yes. So, do you want this link? It's free. And they also have like other items that are cool. I've actually started making my own V-Ride clothes for the V1 model, but I take inspiration from here. Let's see if I can find the pants as well. Oh no, but this cyber sleeve outfit is really cool. Yes. Do they have these pants? Oh, they don't actually anymore. Wait, butterfly pants? I see you. You are offline. What do you stream? Dream ideal size. Good question. I can point it with my hands, but I don't want to show myself on camera just yet. Let's leave that for the future. But I can't name it. That I don't know the letters numbers for it. Not too much bigger than double E, but thereabouts. Double E is like the minimum. Anyway, let's go back to the drawings. Can you compare it to an object? Yes. Larger than a cantaloupe. Do you know what a cantaloupe is? Or a cantaloupe melon? Yes, that about there. I don't know how a cantaloupe compares to double E, but I know what double E looks like. Why do you ask this? Are you planning to do some interesting things on yourself as well? Let's go back to the disc. So, the box is disassemblable, so you can get the ice creams out. Oh. Is it like, do you like it or do you dislike it? Like, are you comfortable with who you are? I know that it can bring like back pains and stuff, but do you understand that the back pain is something that you do to yourself because you wanna be yourself, or is it something that is bothering you? So this is our inside box. Oh yeah. You will never know when that growth word kicks in, don't you? I'm kind of waiting for my growth word. But anyway, we now need to make the cutting chart for this box. So we need 4 sides. 2 of them have 2 slits and 2 of them have 9. So we can get 30 ice creams per box. And the cutting chart will probably look like this. I don't think there's a point where they stop, but I'm not quite sure. Some people they do stop very, very like soon, but that all depends on who you are, like genetically. Cutting chart. So we need 5 parts. 4 of them have the same measurements with the exception of the slits. Lovely, but I try to focus on the ice cream. Actually, I wouldn't mind that if I would actually go like bigger, but there is a point. There is a point where it's too big. Cutting chart. We need 4 similar pieces and 1 base piece. So the base piece is actually derivable from these measurements. It has to be 15 by 15. Or 150 millimeters by 150 millimeters. It's okay. It's perfectly okay. I didn't. Okay. So I have a diagnosis, and I tend to focus on things, but I also tend to tangent. It's perfectly fine. You don't need to apologize for anything. If anything, tangents are fun. We do need to get this done. Actually, we can just stream for however long I want this evening. Yes. That is a fun tangent though. If you want... we are not cutting today because I am not prepared to do that right now on stream, but we need to figure out what are we cutting and how much we are cutting. This is just for the inside box. We have yet to do the cutting chart for the outside box, and we're just doing the cutting chart for the inside box, then we're doing the cutting chart for the outside box, and then we are doing the cutting chart for the popsicle stick grid. So we actually got quite a bit to do before we actually get to the cutting part. Even the cutting of the ice cream part. Yes. So the base needs to be 150 by 150 millimeters square. And we only need one of these. Actually, we need two of these because the grid is exactly the same size. No. It's not the same size. It's a larger size. So not right now. So this is the base. 150 by 150. And the Z is 4 millimeters. X, Y, Z. This is the part in its full dimensions. And we need one of these. The other is the side piece. And the side piece, these are not to each other's scale. These are not to correct scale even either. And the side piece is 104 millimeters high and 154 long. And the Z is once again 4. And we need 4 of these because we can customize. Oh, you mean like this one? I will be needing it later because I am going far more exact with these drawings. This is part B and C. Parts B, C. 4 pieces. And of which 2 belong to B, 2 belong to C. This is our cutting chart entirely. Base, sides. We are not drawing the slits here because I will be doing those by hand once I'm actually sewing these parts. We are just marking them out here, how many I need of each. This is our inside box measurements. We can now move on to the outside box. Just like with the inside box, I'm gonna start with isometric drawing. Outside box. And the outside box has to be exactly 4 millimeters larger on the inside. So the drawing doesn't change all that much, except for a couple things. Plus stick grid. Because one of these parts is gonna double as a stick grid part. Right. Okay. So on our inside box chart, we have here the box measurements. 15 by 15 by 10. These are its inside ones. The external ones are 154 by 104. These are our inside measurements for our outside box. So they are 15.4. Too high. I need to write this lower. X, Y, Z. 15.4 centimeters by 15.4 centimeters by 10.4 centimeters. Oh Jesus, that scared the shit out of me. So, thank you for the follow. Centimeters. These are our inside measurements for the outside box. The outside box, just like the inside box, will need 4 more millimeters because the outside box is the one that we are gonna build rigid for one and only time. The outside box contains the inside box, but the way that we get it out is like pushing from underneath. Thank you. Yes, I plan to do like a bit more of this like crafty stuff as well. So yes. However, in the autumn, I am going to be enrolling in university and going back to teaching job because it is summer break right now. So streams then might not be as often as I am able to do them now. And so this ice cream box is like one of 3 of my summer woodworking projects. The second one is I'm gonna be I need to make a pair of tables for my computer that you can bend down the corner of and you can assemble into like a corner table, but I will show that tomorrow because that project is also starting tomorrow. Yes, I don't know that feeling just yet, but full-time working as a teacher plus studying myself plus doing all these projects plus streaming plus also I have a ton. Enjoy it while you can, because once autumn comes, I don't know how often I will be able to stream. So I want to do as much as I can for me in the summer, but also prepare for the autumn. Yes. Back to this. I plan to have like a push hole or several push holes underneath, so you can like how they say the inside box out from the outside box. So this needs to be quite tight fitting, and when it comes from the coal, it's gonna be even more tight fitting. So some leeway should be considered. Maybe we like add just 1 millimeter. So we need another isometric box here. I need to sharpen my pencil just a little. Too dull. Do you cut the ice cream before or after you push it out of the mold? There are 2 boxes. Okay, let me find a box to demonstrate. Box S. Okay, so I have this container. I will remove the lid. Why is it dirty? Anyway, so this is the outside box, the one that I'm drawing now. This is the inside box where the ice cream is in. You are gonna be able to push it from the bottom out the inside box. Ice cream sits in here. You cut it through the slits with like a knife or like a fishing line, and then you disassemble the box away from around it, and then you can get the ice cream on the sticks away from the mold. So this is quite a complex mold, but the idea behind it is you get like 30 popsicles per mold, not like 1 or 4. It also takes up much less room in your fridge, meaning that you can have like massive amounts of ice cream, hopefully. God damn it, I've destroyed my box. I'm basically trying to replicate how an industrial process would work at home, because I have an incomplete automation what you call it, automation education as well, but I understand how ice cream is made in different types of factories. I've looked at some of the videos as well because that's somewhat interesting to me. And one of the methods is like they squirt like the side profile out from a tube and then wire cut it, and it drops into like a belt. The stick gets stuck up its ass, and then it goes into freezing and then glazing. This is kind of like that, but you're not pushing it out of a tube, you're just cutting it out of a block. So you can have a lot of ice cream fast. Well, I say fast, but it takes time to freeze, because in the factories they have faster freezing capabilities due to better coolants, better refrigerants, and even like liquid carbon dioxide. But at the home, we have nothing like that. Oh, electronics. In automation, we also had some electronics, but I've not got into the electronics part yet. A few years from now, maybe. I want to make like a brick game handheld, if you know what those are. If you live in the former Soviet Union, you know definitely what those handheld brick games are. Okay, so this drawing is a little high, but that's okay because we are not going to be adding any more measurements up there. And then I immediately ruin it. Nice. Sorry for the microphone noises. NA. Nice. Also, you're gonna have, if you're in America, you're gonna have quite a heavy couple years, because what they're predicting quite a bad El Nino season. Like, have you seen like the videos where they show like the temperature maps and everything? The hotter it is, the worse it will be. So hurricanes will appear in places they've not before, and they will be longer, they will be harder, there will be more damage. You are gonna be hit hard, unfortunately. Just because Europe is having the heat wave now doesn't mean there's not a disaster for America in terms of hurricanes later. Yes, sadly. Europe is not... If you can, please move. Or check if you're not in the... How do they name it? The hurricane corridor? If you're not inside that, you should be fairly okay. But yeah, the outside box is gonna be much the same, just without the slits. So we have like this. But on the outside box, we can maybe have an outside base. Yes, because an outside base is cheaper. No, not exactly that cheap, but it is easier to I guess I just want an outside box. No, this is incorrect. Okay. Question. If you live alone, should you even be wearing clothes? Because if it's too hot for clothes, and you don't have like fitting ones and you're alone, who cares? Be naked. Also, do make sure that your neighbors don't see you, because that is a concern. Exactly. Enjoy yourself. I literally dress up just for the stream. Or outside. I mean, I'm not naked, but I'm typically in like the most comfortable clothes I can find for the heat. So this is the outside box, and the way that the inside box will be sitting here is... we need to draw again. It's like this. We can draw it inside here, but maybe I should change color for the pencil, or... No. So let's just keep it the same. So it is like this. It is exactly the thickness lower than the edge of the outer box. Maybe I should shade this a little so it would be better understood. Exactly. And the box inside sits inside like this. Let's draw this. Actually, I need some shading. Yeah, so while you're growing, be comfortable. This is like the inside box now, and the slit is like this. This is like the end slit, and it runs down here too. And then the other side has like 10 slits, which all run down to its base on the inside. On the outside, it doesn't reach the base. On the inside, it does. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6, 7. Seven, eight. Ah, god damn it! I drew it too big. I like this atmosphere. Literally. Is this different? Ascended. FL Studio. No Midjourney or other AI. Perfect. I want this audio. Okay. What would you consider too big for you personally to have? Anything that honestly, I don't know. Maybe like oh wait, I'm on camera, I can show you. So maybe like this is like the maximum, if you understand hands. And what I mean is that this is not a complete sphere, or like it's what you would have the hands be if you wanted to hold them. Six, 7. I'm sorry. 1. Actually, why am I not halving this? 2, 3, 4, 5. And these are the slits on the other end that are like the side profile of the popsicle. So this outside box contains the inside box like this. But I do want to add an additional millimeter inside, so it has like room to move a little. We're gonna be using the same assembly profile as the other one, but I'm also gonna be doing like a visible base. The other one has a hidden base, and the hidden base is required to like to have it be to have the inside box be assemblable. Yeah, probably. I mean, it is coming along nicely. Maybe we can get to cutting next week. If we get all of the drawings done today, because we're not to the actually good drawing part yet. So yeah, there are like 2 parts here. So let's add some measurements. And if the outside box on the other one is 154 millimeters, this is 159. What would you consider? Yes. Chat keeps disconnecting. Interesting. Okay. 159 millimeters. 9. And it is 159 in all directions. Well, except the depth. The depth is complicated. The depth is in 2 parts, and I think I'm gonna keep the exterior just as tall, 104 millimeters, but the additional 4 millimeters is added on by the base, because the base is external for the inside mold, for the outside mold. There is also one thing that is not visible on the drawing yet, that is specifically on the base. And that are the holes. A 104. And this is just 4. But the total thickness we can put on this side. 108. There we go. This is what the inside box looks isometrically. With the outside box, I mean. Okay, and for the cutting part, we actually need again 2 different parts. Cutting chart. The base, which is 159 by 159. Square. And 4 millimeters thick, because the plywood I'm using is 4 millimeters thick. We need just one of these. And part B is the side. Sides. This is 155 millimeters. Because we added an extra millimeter to account for like the tightness later. And this is only 104, because the rest of the thickness of the height comes from the base. Wait, let me give it a think. I may have made a mistake here. If this is 104 tall and we need 4 millimeters on top, then the inside has to be 108 high. Right now it is 108 high with the base, meaning that we miscalculated by 4 millimeters. This needs to be 108 plus 4, not 104 plus 4. And the total then becomes 112. Error fixed. This Z 10.8. The height is here 108 also. And we need 4 pieces, because all of the sides are the same. Right, that is the cutting chart. And now we just have a basic sketch for one more part, and that is the simplest part to draw, but maybe the hardest to actually figure out in practice. And that is the grid. Stick a grid. Stick grid has to be the size of the inside box. X and Y. The Z here no longer matters. Let's do it like this. The X is 155, 15.5 centimeters by 15 and a half centimeters. Actually, we don't want this to get stuck permanently, so we need to remove the millimeter that we added. 15.4 by 4 millimeters. No, that's the stick grid. The drawing itself is gonna be quite interesting, I assume. Because this is just a plate, basically. But a plate with holes in it. Also, this is supposed to be illustrative because I like to see what I'm trying to make. So, we here need to visually slightly kinda depict the ice cream areas. So I'm gonna just gently draw imaginary ones. And there's just 3 spaces going across the others. And that is basically the cross-section and the vertical cross-section of the ice cream. And the slits themselves are gonna be here. Kind of like this. I have to cut these out manually, and this is probably the most time-consuming part, single part of the entire project. Actually, I'm drawing them badly. I'm just gonna try again. Aye, my fan, it is blowing shit. Yes, I'm gonna draw every single one of them, because this is something that I'm supposed to look at for idea, to get like a visual reset if I need. It has to be a little bit bigger than the actual popsicle stick is thick, because otherwise the entire grid will just get stuck. There we go. Done. And there's just gonna be one part to cut, but we might as well add the measurements as well, because we need to know the hole size as well. So this is 154 up to var. Up? No, that's actually correct. And the thickness is 4 millimeters. I'm just gonna put this here. But the hole, we can mark the hole over here. This is gonna be something like... Wait, do I even have the sticks on hand? I remember seeing them somewhere. Excuse-moi. Okay, I cannot find them right this second. I prepared for this. Oh wait, actually. No. Oh, okay. But they can't be too big because the sticks themselves are not very big. I think like 3 millimeters for this is fine. So it has plenty of room, and the clothespin will just hold it steady. 3 mil. And this isn't over 1.5 centimeters. That's enough room for it. We can adjust these measurements later, but right now we just need something here to have an idea for later. $15. Okay, I think we can do the cutting chart as well, because for cutting this we just need one plate, and it is 154 by 154. I'm gonna do the cutting chart just for just for the sake of making it, but technically not needed for this singular part. Cutting chart. Just one part. Plate. One by 4 millimeter. One by 4 millimeter. Part A. And we just need one. Okay, so we have essentially our sketches. We have the inside box. We have the outside box. And we have the grid itself, along with their respective cutting charts. Now, what I wanna do is visualize it as a proper technical drawing. Something that I can reference. And this is just to be even more thorough. Which means I have to reach for my paper. For this we have something called Wattman. Is the music too loud, by the way? I did not check it before stream, so okay, it might have been. Okay, and Wattman is 250 grams per square meter paper, and this is what technical drawings are. Well, what I've been taught to make them on. These sketches and their measurements are the basis for the technical drawings, and the technical drawing depicts the part from every side, not on an... I mean, isometric views can exist, but they depict them like a 3D editor. There's 3 views, this side, then its corresponding other side, and then the base or the above view, depending on whatever the projector wants to project. But let's start with the inside box. And this is where our protractors and fun stuff come in, and the rulers. Come into play. This is mechanical pencil, but I do not use this. I just need this. And this. And this. These can go there. And let's do the inside box first. I just need one sheet. Actually, they're made on 220-gram sheet, but I got 250 because you can actually print some pretty reasonably thick playing cards on this. Yes, I have a playing card project as well, but that I've not worked on for years. Alright, and now we need the proper rulings. And this is actually to scale. This does not represent with a sketch. Everything here is drawn to scale. Both to scale and in proper dimensions and aspects. This is as close as you can get to a 3D model without making it an actual paper craft. So for this, I need some markings. Actually, what is my binding edge? I need 2 centimeters on the binding edge. Okay. Actually, I need my clipboard to prevent the papers from flying away. Okay. Do give me a moment, I need to figure out what the measurements for the detail corner were. Because it was something weird. It was like 5 centimeters, but there was like 7 different lines. One and a half, maybe? No. Oh, it was 2. Definitely 2. Okay. 2 on this edge, then. Actually, it actually wastes a lot of space if I do the binding edge there, but that's how my binding is gonna go, so I have to do it like that. I need to remark this side. 2. And 1 centimeter off either end. I'm sorry if you can't see anything right now, but these markings are really small. And I need to essentially have manual zoom in on the page. Right, and now we make the lines. I don't really have like specific project pages prepared for this, but this is how it used to be. You marked your own papers, you drew your own drawings. And that's how industrial machines came to be. Yeah, these have to be with the thick line. Two. We have a page. But now we need to do a cross here. Because what I want to do is a side view of wide side of the ice cream, side view of the thin side of the profile of the ice cream, and let's call it the top view. And we gonna have a corner at this end, but I want the page to be this way instead, so the corner is gonna be here. I'm gonna have to look up some materials to remember how to do the corner. Oh, there we go. That is very, very nice. I might actually need a smaller ruler. Because this is metal and this is like 50 centimeters, which is half a meter. It is really nice though. But the corner itself is 180 in length. I need thin. And 50 in height. Why I'm marking it from the other edge is because I want it to be flush with the page itself. So I'm gonna make really tiny markings before I actually commit the line. Mouse can go here. And for 180 millimeters we draw a thick line, essentially. This is the real time consuming part of the process, making an actual nice drawing. And people used to do this manually by the thousands. And I don't think you really even see it on like even on like YouTube even, because people don't do it anymore. But this is like fun, because you're doing something with your hand. And then you commit the other line. Technically you shouldn't do this. This is bad. But because I'm under no obligation to anyone, I choose to accept. In the corner, there are a number of different boxes. Essentially a table. There is a top line that's 14, and then there's 3 partial lines that are 7 high. The 14 line is through everything. And it is again a thick line. Is this thick? Thick enough. Whoops, that went a little too far. Eraser to the rescue. Slight correction. And in the top line we have a number of boxes. First one is 2 centimeters, then the second one is 7. Two plus 7 is 9. And then there's like 2 15mm boxes at the other end. Same measuring on the top. And I hope this looks okay once I commit the lines. Again, these are thick lines. We haven't even gotten to the actual part yet. This is how technical drawings typically go. Right. The three thin lines are only 5 centimeters long, but it is also to the bottom with the last line. There is a 2 centimeter line after it. Oh no, wait, that's 7, not 5. It is 7 long. So 7 and 9. Same thing here. 7 and 9. Oh, we don't need a 9 on this end. Okay. So here, this one commits with a thick line. Seven is these 3 lines form a 2 centimeter and 1 millimeter line. That goes all the way through from one end to the other. So let's do it like this. This is my thick one. I need my thin one. One, 2. One, 2. And this commits with a thick line as well. Yes. There are gonna be 3 small lines here, but we need to replicate the 2 centimeter one to the bottom because there is a small header. Two, and then these end here. That's fine. But these, the top 1.5 ones, duplicate as a 3 centimeter box down here. So we need to add this. And we can also add this last measure here at 2 centimeters. We commit these lines. Aside from these ones, everything else should be present. This is essentially a table, and it is a table of data for the schematic. And yes, if you're doing this manually, every single schematic needed this. Mine is actually quite large, which is... In an A4 sheet, it is a lot of real estate. Thin. 1, 6, 7, 3, 4, 2, 1, 7. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 3, 7. Okay. Again, thick commits. Everything here is thick, 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 thick. And they did not come out quite right, but that's okay. We have our corner. And there's even a font that you had to learn to write in this corner. I remember they taught us like standard lettering it was, I think. Okay. Ow, my leg. My leg. Right. In this part, I would put the scale. What is the scale? Let's leave the scale empty. Material. And eucalyptus plywood is the material that I have. Ow! Why is my leg attacking me? Is the U like this? Oh, okay, I guess it is. Oh, that's not how you do a Y. Is this? It is not a T. Okay, I'm partially mixing up my own like handwriting with the actual standard lettering. What is the S like? just fitting in. I'm not the best writer, but this should be fine. This is for tolerances. Mass. Something else. This is who done it. This is who checked it. This is who approved it. And this is the organization. Because I'm not an organization, I'm just gonna write my name here. Luckily the G is easy. Because I'm all the same person, I will leave these empty. But the name of the part is gonna be here, inside box. Format A4. Sheet number 1. And any other markings belong here. Right, the only thing that I haven't marked down here is this scale. The scale I cannot quite imagine yet. This is top side, this is side, this is other side. How will this look? Actually, top needs to be here at the corner, because then I can... How do we do this? It is effectively a square. Let's add note that okay, I need some time to think on this. It'll be a couple moments before I figure out how to actually lay out the layout. Sorry. Actually, we can just mark the mark the material here at the thing here and erase the top row entirely. Because I need more space on this A4. This is tiny. So we're gonna have a little change. Just a little. Because I need some more real estate on this page. But this is not gonna be a very clean drawing then, I guess. Because typically when you have to delete a part of like already existing ones, if you have like shitty eraser like this, you're probably gonna in practice actually need to make a new one, but I can't be bothered because this alone took too long. The inside box is probably the most important part, so I'm gonna limit myself to the inside box part for the technical drawing. The outside one can be derived from this one, and the grid is literally just a grid. I need more erasing powers. Where do I have more erasing powers? This is why computers are better. They can fix mistakes without ever committing to the line fully. I erased the eraser. Okay. I guess this will have to do. Oh, time for more ambience. I can fix the top line now, I guess. I'm just gonna put the material here. The S is terrible, but I'm keeping it. Right, for the scale, let's select we basically only have half a page, which is currently 9 centimeters, roughly. In 9 centimeters, we could represent it at how does it divide well? Let's contact our drawing. It is like 10.5 high, 10.4. Can we do it in half scale? Yeah, half scale actually seems good. Yeah, the scale is half. So we put the scale here. And we need the cross, and then we can start adding it. The cross should be at the center of the page, and that is a pain, but that is a fun pain. No, this went wrong. I need to put it at here. And the center of this is... If it is 15, it's gonna be 7 long. And we can technically just use an offset setting. But I wanna be... What is this popping? $27.5 in half is not fun to calculate. 15 minus 14, 13.85. Right. Okay. I think I'm just gonna make like a simple thin line across. So this is enough. And when we need like more thicker lines, we can just draw over a thicker line as needed. Right. This is gonna be the bottom. No. Well, we have our corners. We cannot use this one because this is mostly occupied by this. We could... I'm gonna do something really weird. This is gonna be side, but this is also gonna be side. Technically, you would not do it like this. You would have a side here, and a side here, and then a tracking line that you would draw with a protractor. But because I'd want to do this on one page, and this corner is a little scuffed, I want to do it like this. Side, side, top. So at half scale, 154 is 77. I do want to base it away from the line itself somewhat, so we need to hide as well, 52. And let's see how we can fit it in here. I guess we're not gonna actually use the protractor today, sadly. I was actually looking forward to that. For the furniture projects, I'm not gonna make this in-depth of a thing because furniture isn't as complex, interestingly. But specifically this part, I want a technical drawing because it has to disassemble and it has quite a number of slits in it. $72. Yeah, we can fit it. We just distance it away by 1.5 millimeters on every side. Actually, I think we can use it. Whoops, this does not lock too well, sadly. Again, is there like a thing I'm missing? Oh, okay, I'm sad. This does not lock at all. It looks so professional or like featureful at the store. I can't actually lock this, which is annoying. Oh, wait. At least we have an open mode. So this is where our part will start. I am gonna make the same markings on all of the other edges, so carefully. I'm sorry that this is taking so long, but this is what people did before computers. And we were taught the both way. We were doing like CAD drawings and we were doing like manual. Right, I have where my shapes start. We should not be using protractor too much. Yeah, all of that for this. Right, 52 And oh god, we still need it. This specific protractor is a little too loose for my liking. Like, there are like hinges here that do not have any way to stop them. Oh wait, these are screws. Can I tighten them? I can. Oh, I stripped them a little. Okay. Maybe I need a bigger minus. Oh, wrong way. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Okay, they don't move as much anymore. This will have to do. Okay. So in 5 and 2, we will yes. I like this now. Okay. And then 77. No, yes, yes, yes. No. 552. Screw. We have a loose mode. Why am I screwing? Okay. And because this is an edge, we are gonna make a thick line. But I wanna fix this pencil a little because it's gone too thick. How are you holding up, Mrs. Jessica? There we go. That's our first line for the part. 70, whatchamacallit, 7. $1.5. And commit align. Okay. Well, now we need 5.2 again. And we can commit the last 2 lines. I like this. It's not the best, but it's good enough. Now, we were taught to actually make measurements from this cross line, because the cross line is, for our purposes, perfect. Not from any other line, because the deviations will eventually add up, and it'll start looking bad in the more detaily areas. But right now I don't give a shit. I want to do this side, and I want to demonstrate how the edges will connect. Because what the technical drawing lets you do is it lets you display whatever you want on it, kind of. And for example, let's take this edge. I want to display how these pins connect. I can't actually draw invisible things on here. So for example, we would be able to draw these pins and these pins even, just from a different perspective. And the other side will match in terms of the pin layout, but not the slot layout. So we will have views of both sides. Yes, that's what I want to do. Here, we also decide the chirality of the assembly. They can always match the left edge, or they can always match the right edge. Wait, do they have to though? They don't. They okay, but that means I have to redraw the cutting chart, and because then it will be two different parts. No, it has to be. So we decided left or right. I want them to connect where the pins are in the board itself here. But the pins are driven here. Basically, as it is on the isometric, we will have the thin edge here of the other board. And considering this is half scale, it will be 2 millimeter. And here we can stick to the ruler. But because this is not a contour line, I think we can do a thin line. Continuous narrow line. Sorry. No, thin lines are for the edges of the same parts. This still has to be thick, unfortunately. Okay, we have the line, but we are now gonna need to figure out where the slits are. Because this edge is here, but there is also another edge under here. So actually, we need to draw it with like a the dash line. But again, 2 millimeter. Is this my thin one? Yes. But this one is dashed line because it is covered by the side itself. I'm not gonna do any specific dashed line, I'm just gonna do a dashed line. This should be enough. And have I come to the realization that I have made a mistake? Because the inside is now... No, it is still 15. Wait, let's measure it. That's what we have this for. So this is no, incorrect way. Twenty 72 millimeters. What is that in centimeters? 72.5. That is 14 and a half centimeters. We fucked up. Okay. I need extra paper. And I need to make a quick sketch. We have the chirality. Yes, we did not account for this one because it was hidden. We have basically all measurements 4 millimeters off. Fuck. Okay. So, before we continue with this one, this is salvageable. We need to go back to the whatchamacallit. These ones. So this is not 154, it is 158. We need to count for the sides double because there's two sides. My brain, no brain. So on the cutting chart, everything is off. Except for the base. The base is fine. This is not 154. This... Oh, wait. It is correct. Yes, it is correct. It is correct. But there is now inconsistency here, because, again, the sides need to be 4 millimeters longer now. Because we have not taken... Hello! Welcome. I am drawing some ice cream mold schematics. I got to the part where I'm drawing like the formal version of it, and I noticed that all of my sides were 4 millimeters off. So this is off. This is supposed to be 163, not 159. Also, yes, we have made the 6-7 joke already. This, however, is correct because the bottom is outside. Is the cutting chart now off as well? Yes. The side itself is not, but the this space, I think. No. Yes, the base is off because the base is on the outside on this one. Do you want an overview of my idea? this one's fine. Okay, so the idea. Where is my idea? The idea. So the idea is that I want to make an ice cream mold, but I don't want to buy the plastic ones from the store because they only have like 8 or 10 of them. I want to make a lot of ice cream on a stick. So I've devised a new type of ice cream mold that you essentially cut the ice creams out of. This is the inside box. The inside box basically has slits on its sides. This is where these form the cutting lines of the ice cream blocks. And on the edge, the slits go all the way almost to the bottom. But it sits inside a bigger box, which just fits it. And this bigger box fits it so that there's a room for a lid. The lid is essentially a grid. The grid has the holes to put the ice cream sticks in. The ice cream sticks are suspended with like a clothespin on the lid, and when you remove it from the outside box and take off the sides of the inside box after cutting it with like fishing line or something, you will end up with these popsicles. The sticks freeze into the ice cream mass, and you essentially cut yourself popsicles. I'm making this because I want a lot of popsicles. I want to glaze them. And the way that I came up with this is that I took a look at the manufacturing process of ice cream. You know how sometimes they just squirt out the side profile of an ice cream? Yes, it is, unfortunately. And it's about to get hotter in America as well, I know. The way that I came up with this idea is that I took a look at the manufacturing process, and sometimes they squirt out the stick ice creams as a side profile. So the tube, like say this is the tube, is like the ice cream goes and then they cut it with like a wire cutter, and it drops onto a conveyor belt, and the stick is stuck in its ass, and it goes into like a glazing room. This idea is essentially that, but because you can't really squeeze ice cream like that out of a tube in a home setting, it's just a block that you cut. This one 15 by 15 centimeter box, or roughly 16 by 16 if you count for the outside dimensions, makes 30 popsicles. Not 8, not 10, it is not plastic, it makes 30. And I can fit 6 of these in my fridge. So if I wanted to, with enough of these molds, I can have 180 popsicles. Which is an insane amount of popsicles to have. Criminal, even. But yeah, this is the idea. Basically an ice cream mold that you cut popsicles out of and either eat it directly or glaze it with a glaze. You could technically use this for sorbet as well, but it is wood, so I don't recommend using sorbet, but you do you. Yes, this is the idea. And these are the basic sketches. Isometric drawings and their corresponding cutting charts. Like, what do I need to cut out of my plywood and how many? Also, yes, this is Windows XP. For the mold, I have a massive sheet of eucalyptus plywood. I chose eucalyptus because it is known to be used for wood foodstuffs. So it is safe. This is the outside box with the picture of the inside box inside it. And yes, I draw this freehand. And I was correcting the measurements because I forgot to take account 2 walls, not 1. And this is what the popsicle grid itself will have to look like. You pop the thing inside, and the clothespin or something like that will hold on to the popsicle at the correct height. So this does not hold on to the stick itself. You need clothespins to hold on to the sticks. Maybe like thin ones. Or you could like shimmy the sticks with like a small shims. And you basically entered at the exact moment that I discovered I have miscalculated the entire box by 4 millimeters. Yeah. Actually, we can check that quickly. Is eucalyptus toxic? Well, yeah. Wait. Toxic. Eucalyptus wood toxic. Eucalyptus wood is not toxic in its standard dried form, but it can cause allergic reactions. Leaves are toxic, but the wood is not. Does make sense. Eucalyptus leaves being toxic makes sense because the nutrients go into the leaves. Or like the fruit. But the wood itself is fine. Yes, and we were like making like a technical drawing. Just this little box took me such a long time to draw. I have not done this type of like technical drawing in a while, but this is how it was done before computers. And I want to make a technical drawing of the inside box specifically because of how new it is to me. Yeah, I've even erased the top line of the scribe corner. So yes, basically just atmosphere and technical drawing today. Tomorrow I'm gonna do similar thing but for furniture, and then we're gonna pick out material for the furniture as well. For furniture I'm thinking birch. But not spruce. Spruce is... I don't like that the grain of spruce is so large. Birch is at least like thicker, but not too heavy still. It is also uniform in color, so that the winter growth and the summer growth are roughly the same color in birch. Juice. Well, not juice, but we have 0 lime peppies. Anyway, this is incorrect. I have to draw 2 more millimeters on that side. But I'm gonna remove it from my clipboard and do it on my board. Yes. Yes. No. Aurora Borealis. At this time of day. Yes, this has inches as well. So we don't need 77, we need 79. Wait, do we? $163 divided by half is 81. What is it? Is the length of this anyway? $77. Okay, so we just add a couple millimeters. Also, if my model is in the way, I can just move it. $77, $79. Oh yeah, this is inside box. We only need 2 more millimeters, not 4. Yes. 2 more millimeters because the scale is half. 79. There we go. I need to erase this entire end. And 79 is the last maxima. Is this 79? Not quite. And now we need 52. No, 72. No, 52. Let's just do 1.5. And then from that 52. Also, if you're a little confused and I speak in millimeters and centimeters interchangeably, that it's not really good practice, but that's my bad habit. Cause my mind can like limit the scale, but when I'm outputting it as speech like I am right now, it is unchecked. And 52. But how are you doing today? We can reuse the old line, because the old line is actually at the same place, but not the furthest old line. So our drawing will be a little scuffed. But reconnect these. And connect these. And then we connect these. Hello! Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? What were you streaming? Ophelia? That is a nice name. What were you streaming? Games and demos. What were you trying out? Anything new? Anyway, we're doing an ice cream mold. or at least projecting it first, and like figuring out how it's gonna look and what the sizes and all of the measurements are. Yeah, this is my thick one. I can just do this by hand, I guess. Yes. Crochet a granny square. What is a granny square? Okay, I'm gonna explain the idea again. So, I'm making an ice cream mold, but I'm not making the types of ice cream molds for popsicles that you can find at the store. Yes, it is a very specific shape, but the ice cream itself is gonna be literally a block. Not very fun, but what was that? Okay, my browser is doing something. I don't know where that noise came from, but that's okay. So, let me get a pencil. This is the inside box. Instead of like having like those plastic popsicle molds from the store that are like 8 or 10 pieces where you can make like one popsicle at a time, I am envisioning something that you can make 30 at a time on like very small space. This is the inside box, and it's gonna have slits on its sides. One side is gonna have like 2, and the other side in this instance is gonna have 9. This is gonna make 30 blocks of ice cream. On the side, it looks like the slits are going down almost all the way, but that's because you need like a fishing line cutter to cut the ice creams into pieces. So, how the sticks are gonna get in. It sits inside a larger box like this, and the larger box is also slightly taller, but it is taller only by the thickness of the lid. The lid is gonna have like this. Let me flip it around again. It's gonna have like these slits for the popsicle sticks, and the sticks are gonna be suspended with like clothespins. So after you cut them open, you will end up with a popsicle. The inside mold disassembles, the outside one does not. And the reason why it is inside the double boxing is to prevent the ice cream from flowing out of the slits, because these slits are open permanently. The inside box also disassembles. So this is the idea, but I have also made some isometric drawings that should give you a pretty good idea as to what it's gonna look like. So this is the inside box, and this is like the side with like 2 slits, and this is like the side with 9 slits. It's gonna have pins that are not permanently attached, so you can basically just like take apart the walls after you've done the cutting, and then get your popsicles out that way. But the inside box will be sitting inside of an outside box that basically does not disassemble, but instead you sort of lift the inside box out from. It has a different type of base because why the fuck not? Yeah. But the lid itself is basically a lid, but with like a grid of slots to allow the sticks to hang while the ice cream is freezing in the fridge. That's the idea. What do you think? We have done the sketches so far. And what we are doing now is specifically a technical drawing for the inside box, because I need to know how this is gonna look like in order to avoid errors later. And this is mostly because of the pins, slots, and how it all assembles later. So we are actually quite far from having ice cream. The second part, which is section B, and that's in the future, is when we are gonna figure out the recipe for the mold. The recipe will have whipped cream, milk, sugar, condensed milk, and some xanthan gum. But as to what the recipe is gonna look like, I don't know yet. So for today, we this technical drawing is pretty much the last thing we're doing, but I have been doing this for the past hour. So this is a lot of work, because before, like, computer aided projecting tools and other stuff, manual way was the way to do it. And I've always done like manual drawing for manual projects. It's not because I can't do it on computer, it's boring. It's boring on computer. It's much more interesting when you do it by hand. Well, this one specifically, because I actually need this. Yes. So, back to the drawing. Yes. We have corrected the measuring errors, and this side is almost complete. I now have to, because this is one of the sides, I would like to make the more slotted side on this side, less one this on this quarter, and this is gonna be just for the top view. Yes. It is a box, but it is a very specific box. It's the too long didn't read version of that. We have not marked our base. The base will be... I need my thin one now. Will be like a level here. So yes, this is quite complex for just an ice cream. But once I'm able to do it, I can maybe release the blueprints, scan them in, and give the... Yes. Also, I don't have a 3D printer, so this is why I'm making this. But I also have woodworker's qualifications, so this is a easy way to practice what I practice as well. Okay, this side is a little wonky. 51. This should be 52. Okay, I guess we're correcting this as well. Yeah, I'm sorry if you don't see too much, because this is my first time actually like doing a technical drawing like this on stream, and my setup is not perfect right now. It is passable and not even workable, but should be good enough for what I'm doing right now. Okay, so we make the base here as well. The base is also 4 millimeters, but on the drawing it is reflected as 2 millimeters because this is half a scale. And we need new no, not audience. What? Ambience. Project Eon. Actually, let's just go back to the Windows 95 one. Yes. Okay, we need the base. The base is also 2 millimeters represented, and it is only on the inside. Meaning inside the walls, inside the... inside the walls. I should actually be more here. But my own monitor stand is in the... This is personal. I'm actually a teacher, so I do this shit for fun. I don't teach this specific thing, but I like to do stuff. So this is personal. Also, I want ice cream. It is way too hot to not have ice cream. There we go. So this is the bottom. Technically, you should be facing the bottom to the cross, I think, but in this case, I want it to be like this. Because why not? So, what does the inside say for us? Also, I'm going to university soon, so I'm probably gonna stream some university stuff as well. 75, and we need 9 slits. How do we divide 75 with 9? By division. Actually, we need to divide it with 10, because there's 10 areas, but 9 dividers. So 7.5 millimeters. Okay, so that I need the end section for this. Do you want me to zoom in a bit? Because this is very, very tiny. I can zoom in a little more. Yeah. 5, 7.5. 15. 22.5. 30. 37.5. 45. 52.5. 60. 67.5. 75. Perfect. And now on the other end as well. Well, I say end, but this does not actually penetrate the entire side. 75. 15. 22.5. 30. 37.5. 45. 52.5. 60. 67.5 and 70. These need to be thick lines because they cut through. They are on the surface that we are looking at. I need a smaller ruler. What kind of demos and games were you checking out? Is there anything new and fun? Okay, these are our slots. Now we need to make the other edge with the less amount of slots. Or can we fit this but here? This is roughly 80. No, we cannot. But wait, this does then that means we are not able to do the bottom here either. Okay, I guess we will compromise later. Okay. So I'm gonna move this corner from to here, roughly. Here, let's say here is good. And we need my thin one. Where is my thin one? I need to... Eraser. I need this one. This one probably makes sharper point. Okay. That did not go as planned, but okay. Okay. Hey, it's not okay. It is not okay. Okay. Can we slightly skim it? We can. Fine, this is not for that, but should do the trick for now. Yes, we have a thin edge. This is getting really dirty. Okay, so it moves like 6 centimeters out. Okay. Not quite. And 1.5. That is the corner for the bottom. Let's do the bottom now. So we have this point, we need this point. This is like 52 away, but with this it is more. Oh, actually we have the point. We just do the 52. Yes, my desk is a mess. But we also do 52 here because this is the base of the thing. Wait, really? No, I wanted... Okay. I may have fucked up here. Again. The top view has to... Oh, no, it's just here. We just... Okay, fine, I guess. 52... Did I even measure it properly if it fits there? A4 is a surprisingly small format for this. I don't know how I managed to do this at school. Wait. 30? 22? 22? 30? Yes, this does not fit here either. We need... Okay, this is not gonna be neat. Tight fit. Tight fit for everybody. So I want to bring this back in by a centimeter, so not 6 but 5. That way we will have room here, room here, room here, room here, and the other edge. It's not gonna look symmetric, but I want it to look at the same place where the top view is gonna be. So here. Actually, I'm gonna zoom back out for this. Hello. Yes. I need more light. My light has dimmed. I will be right back. Okay, sorry for the microphone clip, tip, but I hope this is brighter. Soda. Thank you for the follow. I didn't notice. I'm sorry. Okay, 5. We bring it out just 5 centimeters. Which means we erase these. Hello? Okay. I have released the lead. my hands. Okay, this is sharp. Sharp enough. Can I get a 52 here again? Mm-hmm. Okay. Technically, you shouldn't wipe the page like this, but let's clean up a little. Connect the line. Actually, no, I want to measure out the other end of this side. With it being 158, 74, 75-ish is it though? No, it is 79? 79. 78. How does that make sense? 79. 79 is correct. Okay. Or is it? Yes, it is. Yes, I second guess myself a lot. Right. I shouldn't technically duplicate from a drawing either, but nobody's looking. Anyway, let's connect these lines as well. And we can then get to work on the other side. I am out of drawing space again. I really need a bigger desk or a more organized desk. The ruler eat my hair. This rectangle was hard. Okay, now the inside parts. The inside parts for the sides are gonna remain the same because the assembly is chiral, meaning that it is the same way in every side. From that side's perspective, I think is a good way to put it. Okay, 2 millimeters for one edge, 2 millimeters dotted line for the other. This one has to be thick, the other one can be thin. I really should get a smaller ruler. Actually, do I even have one? But really? I might have one in the other room. Okay. And this one will be dash line. Just as before, I'm not drawing any specific dash line, just a dash line. I just need a dash line. There we go. Nice and dashed. The bottom will be a dashed line as well. Actually, I should zoom in a little. Oh, I am already zoomed in. But hopefully this will make it better. Yes. Actually, I'm just gonna go and find a smaller ruler because trying to navigate this half a meter ruler is a little annoying now. Yippee! I have located the smaller ruler. There's a smaller ruler. This should speed up things quite a bit. Okay. Yeah, the base 2mm. Right. And now the slits. This side only has 2 slits, and the 15 centimeters is divided equally into 3 parts. That means our 75 millimeters are gonna be divided into 2.5 centimeters. That was easy. That was not too math. Wait, is this incorrect scale? 79, 77, 75. At 5 and 2.5. Not quite. But I'm not redrawing this. $75 at 5 and at 2.5. And these are thick lines because these are through everything. Or, well, at least through the side that I'm trying to depict here. Right. Before I get to the bottom part, or the top view, I want to put some measurements on these as well. And for that, I need just a thin one. I also want to flip it correctly. I do need to connect these 2 views with, like, sidelines. Of which there are exactly 3. It's not perfect, but it'll do. So, I flipped this correctly. I would like to mark that this is the bait. Let's do it like this. The surface is there. This is not an official marking, this is just so I will remember. So, this is how tall the side is. And it is how tall it is it? 104? Yes. 100. And 4mm. The base itself is separate. And it is of the entire base, of the entire height, it is 4mm. The entire slit is 10mm tall. And we have not put the pins on this drawing yet. We need to do that as well. I think we can triple stack the measurements here. Because that... Actually, no. Yeah, because we don't have any more space on this side to draw them. And I don't want to interrupt the sightlines. $100mm. Focus. Okay. We're gonna put these measurements here as well, but we do need some over here as well, so we can fit them here. And this is for the side. Actually, we can put them underneath here as well. So that's not too big of a problem. So this is the side alone. And we're gonna have to double stack at least here. And this side is... Actually, let's measure. 77. 154 millimeters. Plus another 4. Total is with for 100. What does a 5 look like? Oh, not too different. This here is 4 millimeters, and then we can top stack. Actually, we can put it here with the other. No, we need the slit measurements, so we can't put the total here. We can do it there though, because they're the same type of side, partially. So this is a different edge entirely. And there are two measurements here. One of the side parts is wider than any other, so we need two measurements here, the end measurement and all the other ones. But I need a new way to represent, or either I don't know how to represent it properly, but I need a new way to represent it. So we derive a line and derive another line. Derive all the lines. And we mark the millimeters not by fully, but by the amount only. 15. So all of these are 15 except for the last one, or the first one. The first one is 19. But we do need to represent them separately. What does a 9 look like? Ooh, quite round actually. And the rest of these are 7s. Because we can't do like this for everything. We need to do them many in a row, but this is for one, and for one this works, but we need multiple. What is this cable? Why is it here? It is my keyboard cable. Okay. Do we have any other choice? We could just have a line and do a new type of arrow. Multi-arrow. So everything here is technically a single measurement, but the multi-arrow shows us that there are many unrepresented ones. All of these are 15 millimeters. And let's mark millimeters here as well. $15. I think this works. Although technically the largest measurement should be on the most outside, but I'm not considering much here. I think that's it for this side, and we measure now things on this side. Again, the first one is gonna be different, but the other two are gonna be the same, but because there's not that many on this side, which we should be fine. There is a what video going live in 10 minutes. Yes, we must measure everything. We don't fortunately need to measure how deep the grooves go. We just need to mark the specialties here, and that's it. But here we can mark them normally. We don't need to invent a whole new measuring system just for this. $158. This is 4, as is with the other side. Maybe actually, yes. And this is 50, this is 50, this is 54. Must remember. Lines. Right, just one more view to go. And that would be the top view. With the top view, I unfortunately have to draw it on the cross line. So this is like 5 centimeters out. We can get day 5 going. What is it? 158 is for 79. Around 79-ish I need. Actually 158 is roughly here. This is a scuffed way of doing this. Don't do what I do. Again, there's lots of bad practices that I'm doing, but I'm doing it to Doing it because I'm lazy, essentially. Well, for this project anyway. And I think it is like 1 centimeter away from this, which is not too bad. But that means we have to like... Fine, I'll take the centimeter. Okay. It's fine. Is this even the correct measure? No, it is not. Okay, I think we can connect the lines. I think I have enough data here. This was probably the easiest square to draw. Hardest to figure out where it should go, easiest to draw. Pins. We need to draw pins on these. So the pins on this side look like this. Something like this. I'm drawing them just anywhere to have an idea. And one in the base. They're probably like hidden nails. Or like small matches. I can't do 2 big pins. And the same pins on this side. I'm freehanding this because these are not crucial to the part. I just need them somewhere visible. The detail or the precise measurement detail for the pins currently does not matter. But I need to see them. As long as they're roughly in the correct place, that should be fine. They do come into play here. Because this explains how it all fits together. So which way we are gonna flip this is that this matches this. So what we need to do is basically have 2 millimeters of things. And we can transfer some measurements over. So I'm partially freehanding these. Okay. All these lines are gonna be thick. But I need them first. Right, last one. This is where we actually have to draw a circle for once. So, we have the pins. The pins essentially lock one edge to the next, to the next, to the first. But here there is a hole. Oh wait, no, this part can't have the hole. Yeah. Okay, I guess this is just a view then. Let's make it clear, however, where the slots are. That still is important. Here, here, yes, and here and here. Same for the other edges as well. I might actually just do the sticker. Yeah. Okay, we need Windows 98. Okay, so 7mm on the drawing, 15 in real life. Seven, 15, 2.5, 30. 7.5. Oh yeah, it's supposed to be half. Yes. Oh, let's connect the views. that is it. That's pretty much it. Although I still wanna represent the whole somehow. So, on the sketch for the outside box, on the cutting chart, there is this base, and the base can either have a large push hole so that you can push the inside box out. That's what I want to represent. But I think I'm gonna leave it here as this faint idea. So that is basically the planning done. We have all of the sketches I need, and the most important one as well, so I don't fuck up with the sewing. And our result today is this. So, I don't have anything else left to say other than we shall rate someone, but I don't know who. Actually, let's check who to rate. But as for the drawing, this is it. This is our today's work done. Took 4.5 hours, but we got it done. So, let's swap over to this loadout and see who we can raid. Because we do have a few viewers that are enthusiasts of people making stuff. So, let's see what else is available in this category. Give me a moment, I need to wrangle my stuff around the desk now. No sport. Makers. Wandering around in Skyrim. Kitty cat rug. Finishing the jester hat. Lots of knitting. More flags on the cards. Doodle. Diamond painting. No. Streaming prints. D20 bags. Doors. What is a glory door?
Should be back on tomorrow. Should be casting the door.
Oh, he's walking around.
I hope so. I don't know what will prevent me from doing it tomorrow unless other tasks.
Low energy crochet, maybe. No. Chainmail. Maybe. Do we have any wood? Woodworking. Oh, I'm literally the only one. Okay, let's just go here. No. I want something tasty. Summery. Turn a Gundam into what? .3D printing. It's just a 3D printing cam. Ooh, learning CAD. Let's go check him out. Let's go. That black link. Okay. Let's see how he is first. Okay. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the future.